Okay, we are back from our lunch break. We are continuing our September 10th, 2019 County Commission meeting. And we're going to pick up with public hearing quasi-judicial number 1. Request for zoning atlas change for SUSO for Wedgwood LP, which is W092-002. It'll be presented by Mr. Peter Walden, but first let me ask my colleagues. Commissioner Smith, do you have any ex parte communications?
I do, they're filed.
Thank you. Commissioner Hetherington?
If any, they've been filed.
Thank you. Commissioner Jenkins?
If any, they've been filed.
Commissioner Hurd?
If any, they've been filed.
I feel the same way. If I've had any, they've been filed. I don't believe I did, but if they were. Anyone going to be offering testimony, please stand to be sworn in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walden, do you have a copy of the agenda and a copy of your work history?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is anyone looking to intervene?
No, sir.
Return receipts, were they submitted at the LPA?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With that, we can begin. Mr. Walden, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Peter Walden, Principal Planner with the Growth Management Department and longtime Palm City resident.
Oh, that hurts.
Thank you. Hey, look, we can all aspire. Not that the other areas of the county are not lovely. Beautiful.
This is an application for a proposed amendment to the County Zoning Atlas for a commercial district designation. The proposed amendment is to change the existing zoning district on an approximate 10-acre parcel of land from B1 Business District to LC Limited Commercial District, or the most appropriate district. The parcel is located within the existing Wedgwood Commons Shopping Center, located on the southwest corner of Indian Street and Federal Highway in Stewart. Included with this application is a request for a certificate of public facilities exemption. The property on which the Wedgwood Commons Shopping Center is developed was originally assigned land use designations of general commercial and core commercial office residential in 1982 with the adoption of the original future land use map. The 10 acres related to the zoning request was later assigned limited commercial land use in 1985 with the adoption of Ordinance 260, the sixth upgrade to the future land use map. The 10 acres corresponds with lots 99 and 100 of the original Port Sewell plat dated in 1917. The original B1 zoning district designation was never changed from the original zoning code adopted in 1967. Some of the property in the Wedgwood Commons Shopping Center was developed as GC, General Commercial District, through covenants approved in the 1980s and 90s. The Wedgwood Commons Shopping Center was developed in 1987. The approved site plan did not mention zoning or land use. Fortunately, all of the uses developed are consistent and permitted within the assigned land uses and existing and proposed zoning districts. The current zoning district on the property is B1 Business District, a Category C district in the current Article 3 zoning code. The district is inconsistent with the future land use designation, therefore the request to rezone is considered mandatory. This matter was heard before the local planning agency on August 15th, 2019, and the board recommended approval of the applicant's request by a vote of 4-0. The Growth Management Department Development Review Division staff has reviewed the application and finds it in compliance with the applicable regulations. There are no unresolved land use, zoning, or procedural requirements issues associated with this application. Therefore, staff recommends the board move to receive and file the agenda item summary and all of its attachments, including the staff report as Exhibit 1, and move that the board amend the county zoning atlas to change the zoning district on the subject 10 acres of land from the B1 Business District to the LC Limited Commercial District. That's the end of my presentation. Be glad to answer any questions.
Mr. Walden, thank you so much. Questions for Mr. Walden from my colleagues? Seeing none at this time. Applicant or the applicant's representative, sir, welcome. Glad to see you.
For the record, my name is Dennis Murphy. I'm at the firm of Culpepper Interpreting, based here in Stewart and Fort Pierce. I am a longtime resident of Port St. Lucie, but my kids were born here in Martin County, so does that count?
And it's,
Well-
and it's closer to Jensen, so that counts a lot.
And you work for Butch Turpinning,
Yes, I
who is
do.
a fantastic gentleman.
Okay. All right. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, as Peter pointed out, this is a straight-up zoning matter. It's just a closure process. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Otherwise, everything he said, and I request approval.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant's representative? Also seeing none. Members of the public, anyone interested in speaking to us on this topic, now is the time. Seeing none, come back to the board to Commissioner Smith.
Staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
Second it.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for staff's recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. To my colleagues, 1 second. Got to pivot.
I'll take it because she's not here yet.
Well, we'll wait. We'll do one more then. Okay.
Want to continue?
We're going to, I had received requests to take one of the items out of order for someone that had to catch a plane, so we're going to do that. But first, we're going, until our staff is here and ready, I give them a chance to catch up. We're going to take public hearing quasi-judicial number 2, request abandonment of a portion of the southeast front street lying within the plat of Port Salerno. It'll be presented by Mr. Thomas Walker. It's request to be continued until October 8th, but we have to open it up, correct? Do we have to go through the process of asking about ex parte and all that, or just open it up and then vote to
Continue it.
continue it until the, okay. It's my first day, please bear with me. We've opened it up. If there's anyone that has any public comment on this item, they can speak today and again when we continue it. Seeing none, Commissioner Smith.
Move that we continue our public hearing, number 2, request of abandonment of a portion of southeast Salerno, or a front street lying within the plat of Port Salerno to October 8th of this year.
Thank you. A public hearing quasi-judicial number 2, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith to continue this item until October 8th, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
With that, now we can take up, I'm going to move forward an item, it's departmental quasi-judicial number 1. Request road opening of Southeast Kimberly Way and a portion of Southeast Eagle Avenue. It'll be presented by several folks, being led by Ms. Michelle Cullum. It is also quasi-judicial, so I will ask my colleagues if they've had any ex parte. Commissioner Hurd?
If I have any, they've been filed.
Thank you. Commissioner Jenkins?
I have had conversations with Mr. Dooley and Mr. Kay, and they've been filed.
Thank you. Commissioner Heatherington?
Do I have any that have been filed?
Commissioner Smith?
And if I have them, they're filed.
Thank you. Same for me. Anyone that's going to be offering any testimony, please stand to be sworn in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any return receipts that are necessary for this? Seeing none. Do you have a copy of the agenda item in your work history? Or is that not, that's the same for everything?
Yes, should be. You can submit it, you can submit it afterwards.
Yes, if you're our legal representative, you're comfortable with that, I'm comfortable with
I'll
that.
follow up, sorry.
Thank you. State your name for the record, please.
Krista Story, Senior Assistant County Attorney, yes.
Okay.
Ms. Cullen can take care of that after, if that's acceptable.
Acceptable?
Thank you.
That's fine. And is anyone intervening?
No interveners,
Thank
since it's
you.
not a advertised public hearing in that sense.
Thank you. So we will then begin. Ms. Cullum and your team, you are recognized.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Cullum, Development Review Administrator for the Public Works Department. I have Catherine Riska here, the Principal Planner with the Growth Management Department as well, going to answer any questions that you may have on this.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is for a road opening permit application, and I'm actually just going to go down to the slideshow that we have here a little bit. Okay.
And you opened it up completely, so it's the whole,
Good.
Down to the bottom of that little,
Oh, it's not an actual slideshow, it's just the PDF.
go to File, View.
Thank you.
Full screen mode?
Thank you.
thank you very much. It's easier for folks at home to follow along when it's the full screen.
Thanks. Okay. So on behalf of Hobe Sound Jupiter Island Property LLC, Michael Dooley is requesting the Board of County Commissioners to designate Southeast Kimberly Way and a portion of Southeast Eagle Avenue as open roads in the county inventory upon construction completion and final acceptance by the county engineer. Hobe Sound Jupiter Islands property owns 13.66 acres between Southeast Federal Highway and Southeast Dixie Highway in Hobe Sound and is the applicant for the road opening permit application. They also applied for a comp plan amendment to change the land use on their properties, and they plan to apply for a final site plan application to develop the 13.6 acres here. But this is for the road opening permit application today. A little background is the right-of-way was created in 1910 by way of plat, the Gomez plat. Southeast Kimberly Way is proposed within an unopened right-of-way that separates the applicant's property with a residential development south called Hobe Pines, which is right there. When Hobe Pines was developed and platted, 8.5 feet was dedicated to the county as right-of-way where Southeast Kimberly Way is proposed. In corner clips at the end of Southeast High Point Way was also dedicated by plat. Southeast Eagle Avenue is an existing road approximately 1,200 feet north of the applicant's property, and the portion of Southeast Eagle Avenue that the applicant is wishing to open bisects the applicant's property, right here. So the applicant is requesting Southeast Eagle Avenue and Southeast Kimberly Way to be opened and considered existing in the county road inventory prior to the development of their vacant properties. They are not proposing to connect to Southeast High Point Way at this time. Once Southeast Kimberly Way is constructed, their property would not be considered abutting to Hobe Pines development. Therefore, when they apply for the final site plan to develop their property, they would not be required to apply density transition. So some of the additional issues that we have, there are no provisions for the board to deny someone from opening a road in the historical platted right-of-way or easement. Typically, when the board is asked to open a road, it's for a building permit eligibility to be able to they have to front an open road to be able to pull a building permit. In this case, the property owner is asking the board to open the road so it can be considered existing, so that any properties that are separated by an existing road within a minimum 30-foot right-of-way shall not be considered abutting for the purposes of applying density transition policies. So again, this applicant will not be required to apply density transitions, if you can see where the mouse is on the screen, between this Hobe Pines property development and then their new property that they are wishing to development. Because Kimberly Way will be an existing road after this road opening permit is possibly issued and constructed. So staff's recommendation is to move that the Board of the County Commissioners accept Southeast Kimberly Way and a portion of Southeast Eagle Avenue into the county's road inventory as publicly owned, privately maintained roadway upon issuance of the road opening permit and the county engineer's acceptance of the construction of the road. We actually have alternative recommendations as well that was not in here. So the first recommendation actually is to move the board receive and file the agenda item summary and all of its attachments for the record as Exhibit 1, and then the second was to move that the board adopt a resolution to accept Southeast Kimberly Way and portion of Southeast Eagle Avenue into the county's road inventory as publicly owned, privately maintained, Upon the issuance of the road opening permit and the county engineer's acceptance, and then alternative recommendations is to move that the Board of County Commissioners direct staff to review the road opening permit application and prior to issuance of the road opening permit, to return to the board for final action and to accept the road into the county's road inventory or there provide additional direction.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cullum. Questions for staff from the commission? Seeing none at this time, the applicant like to make a presentation? Good afternoon, sir. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Michael Dooley, for the record.
And have you been sworn in?
Really appreciate, sorry.
Have you been sworn in?
Yes, sir, I have.
Thank you.
Just want to say I appreciate the fact that you moved on the agenda for the co-applicant, whose name didn't appear, but it's Mr. Robert Kay, who is also a co-owner on the property, who's in the audience, and he as well has been sworn in the event you need to speak to him.
Thank you.
I'd like to start by saying I really appreciate the support and cooperation and efforts of staff. They've been incredibly cooperative in trying to help us get through the process. With that, the Public Works Department suggested that we reach out to our adjoining neighbors to let them know what we were looking to do. It is not a requirement, it's not in the regs, but as a matter of full disclosure, we opted to do that, and I don't need to submit these because they're not necessary, but just to show you that we sent out all of these, and a lot of people didn't respond, but we sent out all of these notices with a letter that I attempted to be as neutral as possible so that the folks, particularly of Hope Pines, could speak their mind as to whether or not they had interest in a connection of Eagle Avenue. If I may put this on the screen here.
Ms. Krista has it.
You do it. There you go.
Click on the draw.
So if the screen is showing a little red area, that little red area, do you see it by chance? Okay.
We do.
That little red area would be the connection from Eagle Avenue south to High Point Way. That would have been the connection of road that would be the most, well, whether you'd support it or not support it, contentious, if you will. In fact, there are folks who responded, and the folks that responded said they don't want it. I have emails, which I forwarded, I believe, to the commissioners. If I've missed one, I apologize. But there are folks that say they prefer not to have it. They like Hope Pines as the quiet residential neighborhood that they have. They don't want to see a connection to the highway because it will increase traffic. There is an individual who I hope has made it to the audience. She wishes to speak on this as well. So with that said, we certainly support staff's recommendation, and we would just like to go on the record that we want to be a good neighbor. We're going to continue to be completely transparent with the neighbors, and in fact, if they don't desire to have that road section open, we don't desire to open it. And with that, I'll answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. Questions for the applicant? Seeing none?
Thank you very much.
We do have one request to speak form so far by Miss Mary Gavin. Ms. Gavin, good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I have 3 minutes. I can't even say hi in 3 minutes. I'll do my best. I may just read
Time's
off
up.
of this. Yeah, well, you'll probably feel that way. I may just read off of this if you'll allow me, just because of the time constraint. But I'll just open it up by, first of all, thank you. Mike, thank you also for sending those letters, because that really is helpful. And I stated to Mike in an email, and I did send it to the commissioners, but I understand that doesn't mean that it was read, because I know you're busy.
It is.
But I do have 2 rental properties there, and I'm a small landlord. I have about 25 to 30 tenants, mostly very low to mid-income type, I would call it workforce housing tenants, all in Martin County. It's my profession. Formerly, I was an engineer. So I kind of put my engineering hat on when I looked at this. And I'm going to kind of read what the summary was, and then I also have some questions that I think everybody needs to consider in this. And the first question I would ask is, have there been any type of traffic studies done, any type of analytics applied to this based on the number of units that they're proposing that they build, and the traffic, plus those studies typically, based on my past experience of traffic studies, would include some type of comparison to similar type developments based on the number and, the ingress, egress, all that good stuff. So not being a civil engineer, I don't want to step all over myself, but I do want to ask that question as to whether there's been a traffic study done. But with that, I'd kind of like to read where I am on this. I do own 2 rental properties at the end. They're 2 duplexes at the end of High Point. I feel like I would probably be the most impacted person if this road came to High Point. I'll just kind of read from here what I have, and I'll skip hopefully some of this that won't put me over the 3 minutes. If the extension of Eagle goes all the way to High Point, the additional traffic number of cars and the TBD is really kind of irrelevant at this point. Going down High Point will impact over 150 residents. So if you look at High Point, Hope Pines, you've got 150 residents, and I will tell you, the majority of them have small kids. There's kids out there riding bikes. There are no sidewalks on High Point. There are 60 homes, and you use the 2.5 per household is the standard, so to speak. Also, High Point has a tremendous population of young children. As I mentioned, skateboards, no sidewalks. There is also a quarter-mile straightaway before you get to Dixie Highway on High Point, and it already is a speed problem, and if you can imagine with the traffic increasing, it becomes another problem. If the extension only connected to Eagle, in other words, the Kimberly to Eagle, then there would only be, instead of 150 residents being impacted on High Point, you would have 115 residents potentially impacted on Eagle. And if you think about the common egress here, you have a stop sign at Eagle and Osprey, and
You have a little bit more time.
Okay, Eagle and Osprey, and then the logical path would be to get to the signal on Dixie and Osprey. And I guess I can summarize. I don't need to give you all the numbers here because they're in the email and I believe you have it. But what I think you need to look at is the logical traffic here, because what are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to give the residents of this new development ingress, egress that makes sense? James Road has 1 house on it. Maybe that should just be extended and a signal should be put there. A signal has to go somewhere if this is going to proceed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I did hear that she had one question about traffic studies. I don't know if it's time at this point in the process for traffic studies, but I do see someone coming forward to potentially answer that question.
Good morning, Commissioners, or good afternoon, I'm sorry. Melissa Corbett, for the record, I am the civil engineer. We've done some preliminary calculations, but we have not gotten into a full traffic impact study because we are only at the roadway opening stage of it. We have looked at connecting, we have a DOT pre-app scheduled for this Thursday for our connection to US 1. We have looked at alternate locations on A1A to connect this. However, our property is extremely narrow out there, and I've even pointed out to staff how if we had any kind of connection to Dixie Highway that was within our property and not within this existing platted right-of-way, there is no ability to be able to see for clear line of sight to pull out of there. There is a property owner that owns up to literally the edge of pavement is where his property line starts, and there is no possible way to be able to get a clear line of sight. So that would leave the entire development coming in and out on US 1, which I did not feel from a traffic flow and traffic standpoint was a realistic direction.
Thank you. Ms. Riska, you had your light on?
Ms. Corbett put it well. This is for the road opening. This is a separate action from development review. The applicant has come in for a pre-application workshop. We've been working with him extensively over a period of time to help him develop this potential project eventually. We don't have a formal application in yet since the workshop because of these other preceding actions he's seeking, including the land use change. However, when he does come in and he's ready to develop the site, it will be subject to all the analysis of any other development that didn't include a road opening permit previously. It is a separate action, and traffic studies will be required at that time.
Thank you. Can you share with interested parties how they can avail themselves of the information once it's generated through sources?
Absolutely. They can contact me or contact us in the Growth Management Department. And we'll provide them any materials we've received. Everything we do is a public record. Additionally, once a formal development application is submitted, there will be a large yellow and black sign. I'm sure our residents are very familiar with those signs that will be placed on each right-of-way that abuts the property. And so once they see that sign go up, it goes up very early in the process, which is required by our code. They can call the number on that sign, and we will be happy to assist them with anything they need.
Thank you, ma'am. So with that in mind, that was my only request to speak for him. Is anyone else interested in addressing us on this topic? Commissioner Jenkins, back to you.
So this application isn't opening Eagle from Kimberly Way to High Point, correct?
Correct. It's only doing Kimberly Way to about halfway up through their property, and I can go to
Just wondering why
aerial
we're
just to show you again.
talking about it if we're not doing it.
Yeah, they are not proposing to connect.
Okay.
So the green portion here, this is all they're proposing to open at this time.
Don't you have the next one where it shows the red?
That's on the dock cam.
Oh, we don't have that on ours?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Right. So the red part is not part of this application.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions for staff or the applicant? Commissioner Hurd.
So the applicant can and will open the road from US 1, and that would provide access to the entire parcel.
With the final site plan application, when they come to submit, that is their proposal, to open it through their property to US 1.
So this proposal is merely to avoid complying with density transition on the south side?
That is the main issue that they're trying to.
So their goal is not to provide access, but to avoid density transition, because they have access. They can get access off of US 1.
If I may, density transition, those policies are applicable to this project.
Not if you put a road in.
Well, yes. Even if you put a road in, the policy itself is still applicable. There is a section of policy that requires tiering. The tiering will not apply if there's an existing road of a minimum 30-foot right-of-way. But the policy is still applied. They're just exempt from just the tiering portion of that policy if there's an existing road.
Commissioner Hurd, is that it?
That's it. I'm just wondering if the goal is additional density, and it appears that it is.
Commissioner Smith.
Shelley, the Southeast Kimberly Way that's there existing, I think in your opening comments, you said that as part of the development application for High Point, they were required to, or they gave 8 feet or so of right-of-way to the plat?
Correct. When they came in for the development of the High Point, the plat of High Point, I think it was called Hope Pines, the plat of Hope Pines, they developed 8.5 feet for the right-of-way of, it was actually called on the plat Melaleuca Way. We figured probably an exotic species would not be ideal for a roadway.
Leads right to Brazilian pepper.
Yeah. So they chose Kimberly Way for the road with this application, but they did dedicate 8.5 feet for right-of-way, for road right-of-way, and then they also dedicated a corner clips along at the end of High Point Way, which is typically used for an intersection of a road, is what we require them for.
And so that was going to be part of the next question. So at the point at which we did the commission did the High Point dedication during its site plan review process, staff required or requested of that subdivision to give those portions of the right-of-way for the purposes of connection between, presumably. I mean, otherwise you wouldn't have done, not you, engineering at the time wouldn't have required the dedication of that right-of-way.
Yes, correct.
And how long has that been platted? Do you know? It wasn't a part of the original 19
It
something?
was not a part of the original 1910. It
Ms.
was
Wixer says 1979.
79, thank you.
Okay, so since
So
19...
Michelle, you definitely did not work on that one.
No, I was not here for that one.
At all? No, not at all.
born yet.
I knew that was the next part
I
coming.
was not here.
So the anticipation, at least at that point in time, was that at some point these properties would, you don't have to agree to it, I'm just, my thought process is, at some point, this would be redeveloped and you would have a right-of-way through there. Regardless of this transition density issue, the idea of having the east-west connectors was planned for back in 1979, because otherwise we wouldn't have required the right-of-way to be given. I mean, that's my thought process. I don't know if it's right or wrong, and you weren't here, so you can't tell us what your idea back then was. But so, and the comp plan does allow for that to happen, and otherwise we also have the ability to open the right-of-way and make it a formal right-of-way, and that's what we're here doing today, correct? And then whatever else in the land development regulations will apply when a site plan comes forward, and we'll adjust it and deal with it accordingly.
Correct.
Correct.
I would move staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
Commissioner Heatherington.
That just answered my question on Kimberly Way. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for staff or the applicant before we go to voting? We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for staff's recommendation. Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, I'm not going to be supporting the motion. My responsibility is, I think, to protect neighborhoods. That's why we have density transition. And so this isn't necessary. It's not landlocked. It has access via US 1, so it's just, it looks like it's a request in order to further extra density.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed?
The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting. Thank you very much. Our next agenda item is public hearing quasi-judicial number 3. Request for a revised major site plan approval for Palm City Storage, P122-007. It'll be presented by Mr. Peter Walden. It is also quasi-judicial, so I will ask my colleagues if they've had any ex parte communications. Commissioner Smith.
They're filed.
Thank you. Commissioner Heatherington.
If any, they've been filed.
Commissioner Jenkins.
Any, they've been filed.
Commissioner Hurd.
Ditto.
I don't believe I've had any. If I did, they would have been filed. And anyone that's going to be offering testimony, please stand up to be sworn in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of your resume and work history?
I do.
Thank you very much. Are there any return receipts that are necessary?
No, sir. Turn in at the LPA.
Thank you. And I don't believe anyone's intervening. And so with that, I think we are ready to begin. Mr. Walden, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a request for a revised major final site plan for the development of a 98,167 square foot self-storage facility and the associated infrastructure on an approximate 2.36 acre parcel located on the north side of Southwest Martin Highway, about a quarter-mile west of Southwest Map Road in Palm City. Included with this application is a request for a certificate of public facilities reservation. The proposed project is located within the Old Palm City Community Redevelopment Area and is also in the Boulevard zoning overlay. The future land use on the parcel is general commercial, and the site will demonstrate compliance with commercial design and CRA regulations. The property is inside the primary urban services district and the development will receive water and wastewater services from Martin County Utilities. The property originally received approval for a shopping center consisting of retail and office space in 2007. The property was cleared and the drainage infrastructure was completed. However, the project was not completed. This application is for a new use and site plan Therefore, the project requires review and recommendation by the local planning agency. The LPA voted unanimously 5-0 to recommend approval on September 5th, 2019. The proposed residential storage facility consists of 2 3-story buildings. Pursuant to CRA zoning overlay regulations, the individual buildings are less than 50,000 square feet each. The facility will have a 1,504 square foot office positioned at the front of the property to help satisfy building frontage requirements. The project's architectural style is Florida vernacular, which is a preferred architectural style in the old Palm City CRA. There are 2 residential facilities adjacent to the proposed development, and commercial development is prevalent on the north side of Southwest Martin Highway. The project backs up to residential development, but adequate buffering is provided as the buildings are set back 112 feet from the rear property line, and substantial landscaping is provided to screen the structures. The project was presented at the Old Palm City Neighborhood Advisory Committee on August 19th, 2019. Alternative compliance for parking rate reduction and minimum building frontage were approved unanimously by the committee. The building frontage reduction was from 50% to 41% of building frontage. The Growth Management Department Development Review Division staff has reviewed the application and finds it in compliance with the applicable regulations. There are no unresolved land use, zoning, or procedural requirements issues associated with this application. Therefore, staff recommends that the board move to receive and file the agenda item summary and attachment, including the staff report as Exhibit 1, and move that the board approve the revised major final site plan and alternative compliance for building frontage and parking rate adjustment for the Palm City storage. That concludes my presentation. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Start with Commissioner Hurd.
What's the open space requirement on this parcel?
It's general commercial, so it'd be 30%.
Okay,
Maybe 20, I'm sorry. I'd have to, I think general commercial is 20. I could pull up the site plan and see what the required is.
Well, the site plan that's included is on page 671, but it's so small, it's not readable.
Should be able to.
Looks like it's about a third of an acre, if that.
No, it's, hold on one second.
Okay, I see a little bit of retention next to the bike rack.
There's actually three areas of retention, the largest in the back,
Yeah,
and then there's one on each side of the entry road.
yeah, I see all those, but they don't add up to more than 0.3 of an acre.
Let's see. We have 2.36. I believe it's 20% is required. And, sorry, it's been, yes, it's only 20% required, which is 20,000 square feet, and the applicant has provided 32,000 square feet.
Okay, I'll have to ask the applicant where he's getting that additional 19%, because I don't see it. You can, unless they're counting parking spaces as open space. Okay. So those questions are for the applicant.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none at this time. Mr. Fitzwater, representing the applicant.
Hello, Doug Fitzwater with Lucido and Associates representing the applicant. Just kind of wanted to introduce
Been sworn in?
Yes, I have been sworn in, and the return receipts were provided at the LPA meeting.
Thank you, sir.
So I just kind of want to walk you through the process that we have gone through with this project. We did an initial conceptual plan when this was under contract by Captiva Development. We did the pre-application about a year ago. We had several comments from development review staff. We incorporated those into a revised conceptual plan. Then we went to the Neighborhood Advisory Committee, presented that plan to them. and they were in support of the project. So with that, Captiva felt comfortable moving forward with the project. We went through, made an application for a major development application. It was reviewed by staff. We have staff support of the project. And at that time, then we went back in August to the Old Palm City NAC again and presented to them as well, and we had unanimous support for the project. So with that, I do want to address the open space requirement. The land use is general commercial in this piece of property. Therefore, the open space requirement is 20%. So we're providing 32% of open space on the project.
Where?
It's the retention area in the rear. It's the
I can see
perimeter,
that, but it's-
the perimeter of the
Doesn't add
site,
up to 32%.
and then the retention area on either side. So those areas total up to 32% of the site.
There is also a 10-foot.
But they just don't.
Perimeter.
Mathematically, it just doesn't add up to 32% of the site.
Well, when we calculated it out on the computer, it came up to 32% of the site, including, like I said, the retention area behind the storage building, the perimeter, and then the retention behind the office as well.
Is that the end of your
Yes, into the presentation. Yeah, thank you.
questions for the applicant's representative? Anyone from the public looking to address us on this topic? Commissioner Jenkins.
Mr. Walden, do you verify these measurements when you're doing the review?
We do have somebody that verifies that the CAD drawings are in effect correct. They may not go unless something, if there was 1 or 2% open space, then they'd probably go run the numbers, but not for 12%. I think it's pretty clear that it meets it.
Did you say that there was a 10-foot wide around?
Correct, yeah, there's also a side, you can see there's a strip going down each side as well, so that does
10
add
feet
up.
from the edge of the pavement to the property line?
Yeah, I think on this, it's 5 feet, I'm sorry. 654?
Can't hear you, Taryn. Taryn?
Your mic is not on.
Myself. I'm sorry, if you go over to the drawing, there you go. It just, I think visually it's a little bit easier to see. It's that area to the far left, right? And then also those two areas there that have been designated from a visual standpoint. They're not much bigger than the ones next door.
I have a question for you.
Yep.
I was purely a spectator at the August NAC meeting. I did see you make your presentation there. I see that there'll be a little building right up on the street, correct, right where the little hand is there, and that there's going to be a little kind of a cinder block wall to sort of,
Yes.
yeah, to give you what you needed. I get that. These are, and this is my personal opinion, you are next to two additional storage facilities that are much older and a little more basic, if you will, not to disparage those folks. I like the fact that it's similar, that the storage is well off of Martin Highway. If, Mr. Walden, if you could scroll so we could see east of the property.
Oh,
Yes. Okay, for those people that are not familiar, that little beige building rooftop that exists, that's GCY. And then the rest of this, is that the end of the picture? Oh, yeah, that's the end. This is a water retention area for publics, never to be developed. If you could go back now down to the site. Your building is 3 stories, which had originally caused me concern. But I think that it is set far enough back off Martin Highway. But I would just encourage you, we have had many applicants in the future, understand what the landscaping requirements are. Let's say it's here, and then they would take it to here. I would respectfully request that as much, like especially where that little cluster of vehicles is on your neighbor's property there, right where it says like 59.43, as much as you can there, try to create some large scale and high, tall trees. I think you're far enough. I looked at the site several times since the NAC meeting. I believe that it will be fine. I just would like as much as possible to have bushy, tall palm trees to try to knock some of that down. It's apparent that it's an appropriate use. You're next to two others. It is sort of like a run-through portion south, not south, it looks south here, but west of even the two existing storage facilities is another commercial use, and yeah, so you can see a little bit more there, those buildings. And then this is also a retention area, two parcels to your west. Yeah, so I'm okay with it. I was concerned if it was closer to the road, I would have even more concern. But I think that the way that that property is narrow like that, I think it'll work. Storage facilities, business-wise, seems to be all the rage. I prefer to donate or get rid of my stuff, but no disparaging to the business owners. But I would like to see a lush landscaping there, please. Commissioner Hurd?
It doesn't look like there's any landscaping.
No, there's landscaping along the perimeter in the front of the property.
I don't think that that's where he's talking. He's not talking about front, about on
I'd want to start it at
714
the
you're talking about.
I want to start it at the street and then.
Right, so can we turn over the overhead? Sure.
Got it, Pete.
Move it over. Okay, so where we're looking at adding additional landscaping is in this zone here.
Well, that's fine, yeah, because anything that's blocking it for cars going back and forth, but also if you see closer to the building, now go back towards the larger building. Keep going. All of that, I'd like that to be, and right where your pen is, right there, that tree designation right there, those should be very large trees. There's nothing you can do on the neighbor's property, but I'd like those. See that? That's perfect. Just put your initials there. And then
That's New York, okay?
it's a couple of extra trees.
Yep.
Or if you're putting landscaping there, consider that level of, a little taller than you.
Yeah, I think, mine's Justin Kovacic. I'm with Captiva Capital Partners.
Were you sworn in?
Yes, I was. We could certainly look into that. I think we worked very hard early on, especially with the neighbors, to be sensitive to where the residential areas were and shifting of the buildings, especially in the rear. So totally open to providing the additional screening. We want it to blend into the community and not stand out.
Well, the way that site is situated, it's really narrow at the front, and then it's still, the whole thing is narrow. So I think it'll block as much, and I'm okay with the rest of it. They were very favorable at the NAC. Commissioner Hetherington?
So on this map you have up is
That's the back.
in the residential neighborhood abuts the back portion where the retention pond is? Is that correct?
Yes, back here.
And those are all trees
Yeah.
between the retention and,
Yeah, we
neighborhood.
actually added additional trees back there to.
Into the microphone, sir.
We added additional trees back there to create a type 1 buffer. It's not required per code because we are in the CRA, but we thought it was appropriate to add additional landscaping there, so we did so.
And that's what I was mentioning. I just appreciate that. Code is the legal minimum. I like above code, and that's what you've done. Ms. Story?
Yes, Commissioners, so the request by Commissioner Campy was for some enhanced landscaping toward the front, and it was there, have you agreed to do that or to consider it only? So, because it's important, we would need to kind of, if that's the will of the board.
I think we're looking at, what would you recommend, Doug? I think I have no problem with it, 2 to 3. I mean, it's a small area. You're really probably talking a few nice large palm trees would probably enhance. We have a lot of the kind of coastal shutters going on the front, so I think we would agree to it.
No, mine was purely a suggestion. I appreciate what Ms. Story's saying. As the commissioner in that district, as a neighbor, I live in that area. I just thought it was a recommendation. I didn't want to mention it at the NAC meeting because it's quasi-judicial, and I didn't want to participate in that. I figured I'd wait to today. It's a friendly suggestion that I think would enhance the project and create a little more of a feel for the community.
No, I appreciate that. I think what we'll do is we'll, after this, just as a, as a courtesy, is we'll look at it, we'll get Doug to draw it up, and we'll just circulate it as just as a general courtesy to show and go into our final landscape plan so I can get it bought out.
Let me just, if I might, so today, and I understand you all are anxious to have the development order signed and move forward. What is going to be attached to the development order is what the board sees in front of it. So if there's any revisions that you're going to make, then that would require, that would delay the signing of the development order?
I withdraw my request.
Okay. I'm just,
I appreciate that. That's not what my intention was. You heard me, but I withdraw my official request.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to ask, Ed, I mean, looking at the aerials of the site, the residential neighborhood that's proposed or is maybe perhaps in the process of being built, I'm assuming that there's some kind of buffer requirement on their side. You see a road that's stubbed in. So that lot 6, I presume that they have some kind of buffer requirements to do. I mean, it doesn't look like it on one map, but it does on another. So I just don't know how much more you can put in between.
Oh, I'm not talking there. I was talking further, closer to Martin Highway.
No, I understand that, but I thought you were also requesting next to the residential.
No, they were just showing how far away it's pretty far, right? It's
112 feet.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. And plus, those homes are not built yet, so when those people buy those lots, they should understand what they're looking at in every direction. Thank you, that's all I have.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith to accept staff's recommendation of approval, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed?
The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. That was public hearing quasi-judicial number 3. We are now up to departmental.
Do you want to do Rick's? He's here.
Yeah, while we're here, we have some from the public. Let's see.
The last one.
Yes, we're going to do, before you come up, Ms. Manning, Mr. Walden, don't depart. We're going to do departmental quasi-judicial number 2, Grove Golf Club, request for temporary certificate of occupancy. It is quasi-judicial. Commissioner Hurd, have you had any ex parte communications?
Any that I have been filed.
Thank you. Commissioner Hetherington?
If any, they've been filed?
Commissioner Jenkins?
Any they've been filed?
Commissioner Smith?
Same. If I have them, they're filed.
Thank you. If I have had any, they've been filed as well. Anyone that's going to be offering testimony, please stand to be sworn in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have a copy of your work history?
A little ahead of the game there. Yes, it's been turned in.
Give it back to him so I can, thank you. Let the record show it's been turned in. There's no necessity for return receipts, I'm assuming. No one's going to intervene at this time, and so I believe we are ready to go. Mr. Walden, if you could present it for us, you are recognized.
Thank you, sir. Once again, Pete Walden with the Growth Management Department. This is a request for a temporary certificate of occupancy for the Grove Golf Club. On November 14th of 2017, the Board of County Commissioners approved the Grove Golf Club major final site plan for the construction of an 18-hole golf course, clubhouse, and maintenance facilities on an approximate 226 acres in Hobe Sound. On September 20th, 2018, the project received revised final site plan approval for revisions to the clubhouse footprint, along with minor changes to the maintenance building and vehicular and pedestrian access. The project is nearing completion with the golf course, stormwater, and most of the infrastructure completed. However, the golf clubhouse building and some of its surrounding infrastructure are not ready for a certificate of occupancy at this time. Due to the amount of equipment needed to maintain the golf course, the applicant is requesting a temporary certificate of occupancy to be able to move equipment into and utilize the maintenance building, which has been completed. The required contract for construction and required improvements and infrastructure has been submitted and approved. A draft letter of credit has been submitted and is currently under review. And basically, that's correct. Leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Walden? Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, I'm looking on page 951 at the engineer's opinion of probable costs, and I'm looking under utilities at the probable costs. Can you explain those to me?
I can try. Michelle Cullum is also available for engineering thing. Do you want to go through that?
Because there's water and sewer there.
Well, that's on-site utilities.
I'm Michelle Cullum, Development Review Administrator, Public Works Department.
You have been sworn.
I have been sworn in, yes. They completed the water and sewer, and have it certified, I believe, through FDEP already. So we, for a temporary CO, required the required infrastructure, the essential infrastructure, which is the stormwater and the water and sewer, is required. They cannot get as TCO if that has not been completed yet. So they have certified and accepted that.
And is the water wells and is the sewer septics?
Yes.
And it's septics with manholes?
So none
mains?
There's none, the utilities, none of this is listed, they're all zero. So this is our standard construction cost estimate that the county has.
Catch-all list.
And
Boilerplate.
yes. So none of that's filled in. So this is just the remaining items that they did not complete that they have to provide a security for in order to get their TCO.
And which are those? The ones that are there that are in blue, or the ones that have a quantity,
The
or
ones that have a quantity. So they have some signage and striping that needs to be done, and that is their estimated cost for the signage and striping under traffic. They have landscaping, which they have a lump sum cost that the growth management reviewed the cost and agree with the cost for the landscaping that's required. Has not been completed yet. They have some concrete curbs and gutters to do, and the remainder of the asphalt for the parking lot for the clubhouse still needs to be completed. Everything else for the project that they was approved with the final site plan has been completed, certified, and accepted. We've done our final inspection on it.
So the things that are quantified are the only things that they had to complete in order to be eligible for a temporary CO?
It's the remaining items that they have, yes, that they have not completed.
So it's concrete and some signs and striping?
Correct. Asphalt, signage, striping, and then the landscaping.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, would the applicant's representative like to make a presentation?
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Belcory. I'm the owner's representative on the project. I just want to agree with staff and would be here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. You've been sworn in as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant's representative? Seeing none, before we go, is there a question or no? Anyone from the public looking to address us on this topic? Seeing none, back to Commissioner Jenkins.
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion by Commissioner Jenkins to approve staff's recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is this light before or after the vote?
It can be before or after.
We'll take it before. Commissioner Smith.
I think a general comment to maybe some of the overall conversation with this item. It is a world-class facility that's been built down there. If there's any doubt as to how, what, and where things should be finished and done, if you haven't seen it, it is really something special. And to have that in Martin County, just the trees alone, I mean, you know, there was a number in here for landscaping that hasn't been finished yet. The trees alone are spectacular that have been placed on site. So anyway, just it's an amazing thing to see.
Not that you're inviting all Martin County residents to go to the site.
Well, it depends. I mean, you know, I'm not, but
No, I think it'll be a fantastic addition to our community, a great driver of tax dollars.
In what district is that in?
I'm not sure. I think, is that southern Palm City? We're going to annex. We're going to annex down there.
just remember, as you're coming south, you have to go through Jensen to get there.
No, you don't. Jensen's way north. Jensen's like Port St. Lucie south. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Jenkins, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting. Thank you very much. Our next item is Departmental Number 1, Office of Management and Budget items which require board approval. There are 5 items. Do any of my colleagues have something that they'd like to single out? We will hear a brief presentation of each of them, and it looks like we might be able to just consolidate the motion and voting into a uniformed one. So, good afternoon, Ms. Manning.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jennifer Manning, OMB Director. The first item is permission to apply for a Sand and Grit Program grant from FDEP. It's for removal of oxidation in North Water and Wastewater Treatment Plant in Jensen Beach. They're requesting a grant for $36,000, which requires a $36,000 match. Oops, I went too far here. A second item is permission to apply for an alternative water supply project funding from South Florida Water Management Grant. And it's for $1,807,000, and it requires the 50% match of $1,008,000 for the, it's for the public utilities funding, state grant. Third item is permission to accept the Division of Emergency Management Hazard Analysis Grant. It's for $3,800.18. Fourth item is permission to accept a small county outreach program grant for resurfacing of Southeast Cove Road. And it's for approximately $970,000, and it requires a match for anything in addition to that. Fifth item is other OMB requests, and it's from the Law Enforcement Trust Fund. The sheriff is requesting $9,737 for crime prevention programs. That's it.
Commissioner Heatherington.
Could you scroll back to the Cove Road section? So essentially, it's a resurfacing project?
Yes, and they're going to fund up to $970,000, and it's for the South State Road 76 and Canner Highway to Federal Highway.
So from Canner all the way through?
Yes. They say it's a 3.2-mile long resurfacing project.
So, I mean, this is one of the roads that we had looked at the MPO and expanding and doing some additional. So when would this take place for resurfacing?
So in the Don Donaldson, Deputy County Administrator, yes, there is a ongoing project to widen Cove Road through the PD&E process. And the construction schedule of that, I don't believe is fully defined, but the PD&E process is well over 5 years. The pavement is deteriorating and needs to be repaired.
So there is a proposal to resurface prior to it?
Yes, so that's what this is. And for your edification, the Small County Outreach Program is something that this board has fought long and hard. We're just one of a couple of counties in the district that still receives those. I believe us, Indian River, and Okeechobee. The rest of the counties in the DOT district don't receive Small County Outreach Program. So it is a portion that the DOT, the state, allocates to small counties to receive funds for repair of county facilities. Cove Road is a county road. Through the MPO process, you've asked the DOT to take it on as a state project for the widening. So that may be confusing, but that's where we are. And so, but we continue to use and seek grant funds through the Small County Outreach Program, which subsidizes our resurfacing program, if you will. So this is just a maintenance project, what you see in this grant application. And the other one will get into the whole widening, what features will be on there, bike lanes, intersection improvements, all those other things. Once that final design is approved, you'll have a PD&E that's approved, and then the DOT can start to use our local attributed funds to put some money aside for widening that road, and or we'll have to widen it with our impact fees.
Okay, thank you for that.
Interesting to think that 41 years ago, as a senior in high school, and that was a dirt road. Now we're talking about widening it. Just saying.
It's all your fault, Harold.
It's all my fault.
41 years ago.
We're getting old.
Speak for yourself.
It was on a mini bike.
You were in high school 41 years ago?
41 years ago.
How about that?
40.
I have 40. It's 40.
40.
It's 40.
Yeah. Well, 78. They paved it when we were seniors, because I was the first guy to get a ticket on it. I just say.
Still holds a grudge.
On the dirt road?
No, it's paved.
It's paved.
Okay. Thanks for that trip down memory lane. It's paved. Memory lane is now paved.
Mine wandered.
It did. You said that out loud. Anybody want to make any, there we go. Commissioner Heatherington.
I'll move approval.
Thank you so much. We have a motion for staff's recommendations of approval by Commissioner Heatherington, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just for the folks that are following along at home, we have one additional item currently, and then we are coming back at 5:05, correct? For public hearing number 5, first fiscal year 2019-2020 budget public hearing. That's at 5:05, public hearing item number 5. So we will finish this item up. It's 2:40. We'll finish this up, and then we will adjourn. No, we will recess, and then we will come back at 5:05. Departmental number 3, update on single-use plastic reduction and elimination program. It will be presented by Miss Anne Murray, not the Canadian singer, and Mr. Sam Emerson and Miss Ruth Holmes. You hiding? Come on, step up. Let everybody, your family wants to see you.
Sit in the penalty box.
Welcome, ladies.
Thank you very much for having us. This is a single-use plastic reduction update, and let's get into it. Whoops, wrong direction. And this is the old slideshow. Okay, perfect. So I wanted to give you a history of where we are with single-use plastic. In July of 2018, we had board direction to staff to investigate and develop a strategy for reducing single-use plastic in Martin County. In April 2019, we developed a resolution, and it was approved by the board to support voluntary reduction and elimination of single-use plastics with emphasis on straws and polystyrene. It resolves to develop a public education campaign and encourages partnerships with entities that share common goals to reduce, eliminate plastic pollution, and protect the environment. So why plastics, and how big is this issue? So we have to, when we look at this slide, there's going to be some numbers because statistics are staggering, and it gives a framework to why we are bringing our attention to this very large problem and bringing it to a local level to address. Marine ecosystems are directly and negatively impacted by plastic pollution and microplastics. The economic and social costs of plastic waste, it really is staggering. It's estimated at $8 billion a year. This deeply affects our marine industries, tourism, recreation, and the livelihoods of our citizens and communities. Plastic is produced worldwide. and it's predicted to double in the next 10 years, from millions of tons of plastic produced to billions of tons. We truly have a toxic love affair with plastics that needs to be addressed. Of all of the plastics that are produced, 40% of these plastics are single-use. They take the form of non-biodegradables, like beverage containers, plastic bags, food wrap, containers that take your food out, take-out containers, and also straws. If you're wondering how much of this is recycled, it's about a fifth, is estimated. A fifth of all plastics that are produced are recycled. So nearly 10 million tons of plastic enter the oceans every year, and they join hundreds of tons of plastics that are in trash piles in the currents of the ocean. What's not in those trash piles sinks to the bottom of the ocean or washes back up on shore, affecting the most remote and pristine environments. As plastic is exposed to sunlight and to the atmosphere, it breaks down into smaller pieces. It's consumed by marine animals who take it for food, and it causes starvation and death. In its smaller form, in its smallest form, microplastic fibers have been found in all the global waters and food. The implications to our health, to human health and animal health, is unknown. It's uncertain, the impact of this consumption. So that's the sobering part of this picture. The better part of this picture is that there's affirmative action being taken by individuals, organizations, and governments to eliminate plastic waste, reduce that plastic waste, and really why we're here is we're having a conversation about collaboration and a larger collaboration and contributing to the collaboration that already exists to preserve and protect our coastal waters and to support our environmental, ecological, and socioeconomic value. So as I've expressed, plastic pollution is a global issue, and it needs to be addressed on various levels by assessing the convenience, the cost, and availability of plastics, in other words, our own habits. We need to assess the product manufacturing distribution practices and consider ramping up alternatives. We also need to look at federal and state regulation. Where do they exist, and are these laws significant enough to reduce and to contain plastic? Lastly, from a local standpoint, this is the context of existing laws shape what we are capable of doing in regulating plastics here in our community. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Ruth Holmes.
Thank you. How do I go to the next page here?
You got a 50-50 chance on this one. Wrong-o. Stop pushing things.
Okay. There we go.
There we are.
So what local governments can do, including Martin County, is solely based, when I say what we can do, what we can regulate and what we can't regulate with respect to plastics or styrofoam, polystyrene, is completely and unequivocally based on long-standing legal principles. And because of that, we thought it would be a good idea to just give the board a brief 101 on what is called preemption. Where does that come from, and where does it lead us to today? So as we all know, there are three levels of government: federal government, state government, local government. And how those levels of government share power is based in part on what is called constitutional or American federalism. And that stems all the way back to the United States Supreme Court. The U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land. However, in the 10th Amendment, the United States reserves all power to do everything, and if it is absolutely delegated to them expressly. those powers that are not specifically delegated to the United States are delegated to the states or to the people, respectively. So when there is a law that is passed at the federal level and a state passes the same law or a law that deals with the same issue that conflicts with the federal law, federalism preempts the state law from having any legal effect. In other words, so that state law is basically has no effect. It's basically void in practice. And the same dynamic is in place at the state and local level. So if the state passes a law, for example, if the state says, well, the Department of Environmental Protection is the only entity, the only agency in the state of Florida that can regulate, let's just say, plastics, the sale, use, or disposition of plastic bags, let's just say, then that is has a preemptive effect, arguably, and I'll explain that later, but arguably on any kind of local government, whether it be a county or a city, from passing an ordinance, a rule, or any kind of law that similarly regulates that plastic bag. There are two types of preemption. One type is called express preemption, and that is, like in the example I just gave, that's where the law specifically says, local governments, you can do this and you can't do that, expressly, and there's no question. Implied preemption, on the other hand, is a little bit more of a gray area. It's where a higher level of government, be it state or federal, where it occupies a field so completely that it's said to have a preemptive effect on that particular authority or power. So in regards to plastics, there are 3 statutes in Florida. When I say regards to plastics and styrofoam, there are 3 statutes in Florida that address these things and what a local government, county, or municipality can or can't do. The first statute was passed back in 1974, and it was under the Food and Safety Act. And it really kind of dealt with kind of a bigger issue of packaging of food. So if you are a manufacturer of some kind of food product, here's what you can and cannot do. Then in 2008, there was another statute that was passed, and that dealt specifically with plastic bags. And what that statute says that it prohibits local governments from enacting any rule or regulation or ordinance regarding the use, disposition, sale, prohibition, restriction, tax of auxiliary containers, wrappings, or disposable plastic bags. So when they passed it in 2008, they were basically looking at the world of plastic products and wanting the state to be in charge of any kind of regulation that takes place in the future. In 2008, it was an interesting statute that they passed because they recognized the plastic pollution that was becoming ever more apparent all over the globe, recognizing that that's a problem. And what they said in that statute was they called on the Department of Environmental Protection to come forward with a report that talked about, what is the good, the bad, and the other, and what can and should we do with respect to regulating plastics. And they gave DEP until 2010 to come out with that report. In 2010, DEP came out with that report. And it's a very voluminous report, and there's a lot of information in it. And it talked about the good, bad, and the other of plastic regulation and what some recommendations were that were on the table. The legislature in 2008 still said, though, until this report comes out and until the legislature acts, no local governments can regulate plastic bags or anything that the statute discusses. The legislature, even though DEP complied with their end of the bargain and came out with that report in 2010, the Florida legislature has not done anything with respect to that report. Fast forward to 2016, there was another statute that was passed. And it preempts the regulation of the sale of polystyrene products by local ordinance if the local government has not already enacted an ordinance by January 1st, 2016. So a local government, any local government that has passed any kind of regulation, whether it's a restriction or a ban on styrofoam products like that, if they did it before January 1st, 2016, they're not preempted. If it was after January 1st, 2016, they're preempted, arguably. So in February of 2016, the city of Coral Gables passed an ordinance that banned styrofoam products. And their belief at that time was that their home rule powers as a municipality and delegated up through Miami-Dade County's very broad home rule powers allowed them to do that. They also believed that those statutes were unconstitutional for a variety of reasons. The Federal Retailers Association promptly filed a lawsuit against the city of Coral Gables, asking the trial court to declare that the ordinance that Coral Gables passed was preempted. In other words, you have these statutes in the state of Florida. They are express, they are unequivocal, they are very clear. In Coral Gables, you're a municipality, you're a local government, you cannot pass that ordinance. It is void. They went to trial on that in circuit court in Miami-Dade County, and Coral Gables won. And the trial court said, as a matter of fact, these things are unconstitutional. It violates various doctrines of the Florida Constitution. The Federal Retailers Association appealed that to the 3rd District Court of Appeal in Miami. And that decision just came out in mid-August of this year, so about a month ago. And the 3rd District Court of Appeal reversed the trial court's ruling all the way across the board and said, everything is constitutional in these statutes, and yes, Coral Gables, you are preempted. So it has been reported, my understanding from folks in the legal community is that Coral Gables will likely file an appeal to the Florida Supreme Court. It's probably going to be argued that it is a matter of great public importance, which it is. But until and unless that happens, and until and unless the Florida Supreme Court takes that up and rules on it, we have this ruling from the 3rd DCA saying these statutes that preempt a local government from regulating styrofoam products and plastic bags is of no effect. So, but what can we do? The 3rd DCA was very clear about what was constitutional and what was allowed and what was not allowed. And it said that local governments can still, at this point, restrict the use of styrofoam by individuals on public property, temporary vendors on public property, or entities engaged in a contractual relationship with the local government for the provision of goods or services. So with this program, what we are trying to do, and of course, you know, it's kind of fluctuated over the last year or so, just waiting for this ruling to come out of the 3rd District Court of Appeal. But what we know we can do at this point is, so for example, our real estate leases, that is not regulation, that is a real estate contract. And we're working with Parks and Rec to look at, you know, what is some alternative language we can put into leases that could in some way achieve a maybe a reduction in use of styrofoam, maybe an outright ban on use of styrofoam plastic bags, whatever, you know, whatever the board kind of thinks about, you know, maybe black and white ways we can do this, or maybe creative ways to open up, you know, markets for products that have a reduced amount of plastic in it or a reduced amount of styrofoam in it, if those exist. Another area that we're also looking at with Parks and Recreation, sports provider agreements, like where we have agreements with concession stands at some of the complexes. What can we do there? What can we do on our own property? What can we do on our own building? And so those are some of the things that we can do that aren't regulatory in nature, that at this point, that's kind of that's our box that we live in until and unless the Florida Supreme Court says otherwise. So that's the Legal 101 on it, and I'm going to turn it back over to Ann.
All right, see if I can get this thing to go the right way. No. Okay, so our brand. Discover Martin's Protect Our Paradise is our brand. It's recognized, it's established. And as a matter of fact, speaking of brands, and I'll come back to the branding slide, before you are Tervis cups that were purchased by Tourism and Marketing. And they're a very valued partner to us, and they've helped us launch this program. So we would like you to lead Martin County by example by using your Tervis cups in your new refill station located out in the lobby. And please use them proudly, because I think that these are a great symbol of our leadership and what we can do moving forward. So how we use this brand is through sustainable tourism, through promoting the community participation, and also in recognizing our restaurants and businesses as we move forward, because there are many of them who are leading by example, and others that we can roll into our program as it develops, so that we can recognize them through their green programs. In green program, I mean really in this case the plastics program. So public outreach. We are developing partnerships that are appropriate to a county government and to our mission. And this includes partnerships that are local, they're at a state level, and they're actually, some of them are international. The UN has a very robust program that can be translated down to a local level. And each of these levels provides us different means and different values. And so we entertain a number of them because of that great range. It allows us to grow into a program that, as we grow from straws and polystyrene into general plastics, that allows us to grow our whole green initiative within the county. So one of the things that has been really important recently, and I think Commissioner Smith, you'll be pleased to know that we are officially a partner with DEP, because you've brought it up a couple of times, and that was a very important partnership. This is a program-level partnership. It includes the Green Lodging Program. It has a K through 12 curriculum that can be followed. And it has some components of business and restaurant and components of a structure of a program. And we're pretty excited about that, and we hope that DEP will be down at a workshop in the future to address us, because that was a very valuable step for us. So I would say our goal is to educate, incentivize, and celebrate affirmative action. I also want to mention that the City of Stewart is a very valued partner as well locally, and we've been working very closely with them. So this slide is the leading by example slide, and as Ruth just mentioned, there are a number of initiatives that are going on in conjunction with the Parks and Recreation. They have some key facilities, Sailfish Splash, Sand Dune Cafe, and the Martin County Golf Course, that are well on their way to reducing plastics. We're not offering them at all. And there's an investigation of alternatives so that we can continue to do better as we elevate our program. Bottle fill stations are being installed at key buildings and parks, I understand. And we also have recycle bins that are available at county parks, along with the no balloons that are allowed in county parks. This is an important step. The Jane Goodall quote, and if you haven't heard, I'm going to read it for you anyway, because I think it's important. It's very appropriate for this. You cannot get through a single day without having an impact on the world around you. What you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. Well, I feel that we are making a difference, and that we're launching a program that, as challenging as it can be at moments, is a satisfying program that has a great amount of growth and opportunity. and I think that we are going to see it expand in time. So in closing, I thank you for your time, and also we hope to move forward through advocacy to repeal state laws to preempt preempt local government regulation from the state. We also would like to continue with this implementation of our plastics reduction program through board engagement and direction, through program-level partnerships, through community workshops, and involving the residents and business community in our development, and involving visitors, and of course, our education of students. And with that, I'll open it up to discussion.
Thank you very much, Ms. Murray. Commissioner Smith.
I think a while back, at one of our other updates, I think I shared with you that Ed Griffith from the Hutchinson Shores Hotel had shared with us at the TDC meeting this conversation of like the standards and all there's various organizations that are using different green standards. And I didn't know that the hotel industry had this in place, but they have this 1 palm, 2 palm, 3 palms program that that recognizes hotels for their various level of sustainability in terms of their effort that they go through. So a single palm recognition or designation, is a certain level of recycling and managing your products on site and so on. And the higher you go up on your palm rating, the higher your sustainability level goes up. And I think, as he explained it, the sort of level 1 was fairly easy to obtain. It wasn't a really difficult status, but getting to 2 and 3 and 4, and I think he said they added a 5th, the industry did this year, really gets into everything from their suppliers to their on-site practices to their management practices of everything on their site, from recyclables to their plant materials to their food types, everything that they do. And so, the thought we had at the TDC meeting was that, why really create the wheel on so much of this? If we can't, depending upon what happens on the Supreme Court side of this thing, I think, and at least as Ed explained it and some of the other hotelers have talked about it, the peer pressure alone from ratings on various social media sites, that if you are participating in something like this, there are people that are actually making decisions based upon what level you are in the sustainability world of a hotel and other businesses. And so the hope is, I think, that if we can get more hotels and more businesses to latch on to the idea of reaching that kind of a status, you don't have to force someone. You can do it through incentivizing them through the world of business pressure. I mean, there are habits that we all end up changing because of peer pressure. And so hopefully that's going to help us some. It was great that he brought it up. I had no idea that they were already doing that. And so instead of going out and creating a new box, use the box that already is recognized by one of our major industries, and see if we can't get other industries to latch on to that. So the restaurant world and the other commercial practices in the community. And then if we can translate that into our park system and other things that we're doing, great, fantastic. So great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, I like that idea, and I also like the idea that we talked about last time with the surf riders, a voluntary program where they get recognition from Martin County, and that there's some sort of physical manifestation of their success, some sort of a wonderful logo on the front door when you enter the establishment, something like that. Also, we can regulate plastic straws. Let's regulate them. We can certainly advocate against the use of plastic bags. That's not, we can do that. And we can, on our own public facilities, we can regulate. So I'm in favor of doing everything that we can in order to reduce usage everywhere that we're not preempted. Let's do it.
Thank you. Commissioner Hetherington.
I'm just going to echo some of those, and I know that the hoteliers have done that, but the best part of what I heard you say too was that education, incentivize, and celebrate. And that's something I think we could do, not waiting around for the Supreme Court, is to start educating and start a program like what Commissioner Smith talked about, incentivizing, and then, like Commissioner Hurd just said, celebrate our businesses and our, residents that are participating. And I think that's something that we can do, and take leadership of. It comes with communications and, engagement and education, and I think that this Protect Our Paradise, and it's off to a great start.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before Commissioner Smith, why don't you go ahead and then I'll chime in.
Just when Stacy was saying that, just a thought that came to mind. The United Way puts up a thermometer, and they kind of show their financial progress in terms of their year's campaign. In terms of celebrating and marketing this, you could almost put up on our website or put up on a billboard even, how many businesses, how many restaurants, how many hotels have gone single stream free. And, at first it may be a handful, but at some point in time, almost like the Main Street program in a downtown, one business goes in and paints a building in a downtown that hasn't been touched for 40 years. And it has an instant impact on everybody because it's very visible. You didn't have to build a new road, you didn't have to put a new sewer system in, but you cleaned up the site. Joan Jefferson, many years back, took on the post office arcade in downtown Stewart and forever changed the dynamics of downtown Stewart and its redevelopment efforts. This is almost sort of like the same thing. If you could get people to start being recognized for doing something really super cool, that list would start to grow because other people would want to be on that list with them. You don't want to be the outlier that doesn't do it. And at some point in time, again, I think people will start to say, look, these 6 restaurants are doing this, I'm going to go there. And not that I don't like your food, but these guys are trying extra hard to get my business to be part of solving the mountain of plastic out in the ocean. I think it could be super cool to do something like that. It wouldn't be hard on our end to start promoting it through that sort of medium. And I don't think it'll take long.
I agree. That is a great framework to work within, and great to incentivize our community to step up and make that visible through our different social media and communication outlets. So I think that we can hold those businesses and restaurants that are leading by example, and having them be the leadership that brings others up.
Just one more thing, and by way of perfect example this morning, we had Operation 300 in this morning, and within the course of 6 days, they turned an entire community into an effort in 6 days. And an effort that, for all intents and purposes, was driven by social media. The press did a great job coming in and helping us with it. But if you can move that kind of mountain that fast, if we kind of put the same effort into this thing, I think you could do easily the same thing.
Thank you, ladies. If I might include some things. I have an advantage for my other job. I travel all over the country. I'm getting ready to do it again, and all over the world, as a matter of fact. And the only reason I bring that up is I'm out looking and trying to figure out what other countries and other communities are doing. I like that we're having the conversation, and I like when we say about lead by example within our own areas of water parks and golf courses and the beaches, because we can't with a straight face ask anyone else to do it if we're not doing it here, if we can't figure out, and I think we're very close. I'd like to see it be complete, because then people will be like, well, how do you do it? We have these banners that hang on both of these columns that say about green LEED certified and green building certified, so it's not a foreign concept. There are many communities and countries well ahead of us. I have had some pushback from folks that I run into, people that I admire very much, that have said, straw ban's ridiculous, it scratches the surface, and why bother, and I don't like paper straws, and I've heard it all. But I think, and this is something that we had been working with Parks and Rec a long time ago, even when I was in office the first time, it is difficult for us, because beyond these single-use plastics, it is difficult for us to be leaders here ourselves. If someone wanted to recycle something but didn't have the receptacle at our facilities to do it, I remember when I was in office last time, there was a couple of moms in Palm City that would go around after the Dolphin football games or lacrosse, Pioneer lacrosse, and go through the garbage pails and pick out all the plastic and the cans. Now, that shouldn't be necessary. And what we found is that people were throwing things away because there was no recycling receptacle. So what we basically did with waste management is we did like a pilot program, and next to every receptacle was a recycling bin that waste management had given us. You know, the first thing you find is that people will throw other non-recyclables into the recycling bin and contaminate everything. The second thing, so we cut a small circle into the lids, and then we zip tied the lids so that you literally had to fold your, your food wrappers up to stuff it through there, and it happens. So I don't think we don't want to do something because certain people refuse to participate. So what I would like to see is, the other thing that I had heard is that somehow it's anti-business or anti-restaurant. I disagree simply because I had an ice cream and chocolate store. Single uses in the ice cream business is big. But even a decade ago, there were many manufacturers, many food distributors, Cheney Brothers, Cisco, all of them, that offered options. I think it would be, and we can start it here with the commission and the county, to collaborate with the school district and with the chambers of commerce. I like the concept of, and at first I thought when I saw this original sticker that this would be like a chamber of commerce sticker that people proudly present in their storefronts to show people that are interested in chambers that, look, I'm a chamber member. And maybe we can come up with sort of a one-off from this that would allow businesses, because once you start thinking about it, there are several in my community, and I'm sure in the rest of them, that are using paper straws, that are using, as simple as when your drink comes to the table, it doesn't have a straw automatically in it. Or when you ask for a refill, they don't bring you another glass with an additional straw in it. Just that kind of training at the restaurant and at the establishment level is a thing. But if the youth leagues and the scouts and the schools participated, because young people are on this, I think they get it. You know, I think our generation is already on this. The other thing that makes it, in my mind, not anti-business is the fact that we're not telling businesses that they have to do something where there is not already a cost-feasible solution that exists. I remember the days when people went away from paper bags in supermarkets, and then it was like the plastic bag, and people were like, I don't like the plastic bag, it's too difficult, and the stuff falls out of the bag in the car. And then remember, it used to be paper or plastic, and then that went away. And so now we're at the plastic bags. But Publix, and I'm sure the rest of the supermarket chains, they have a very reasonable alternative that they offer. They even have signs in the parking lot that say, don't forget your bags, to remind you to take them from the car, those little kind of fabric-y ones that they have. They're actually better to use. So I don't think that they will be as opposed. The other store that has a great bag is Home Goods, TJ Maxx, and Marshall's has that sort of that vinyl-y kind of tote. It's 99 cents. It's not only reusable 1 or 2 or 3 times, it's a fantastic bag. So there are options for people that don't have to do it the old-fashioned way. There's reasonable options. So what I would like to see, the other thing that, and I just wrote these random notes down while my colleagues were speaking, is that the hotel, to what Commissioner Smith was saying, the hotel towel program has probably been around for 10 years. A simple sign in the hotel bathroom that said, if you're willing to reuse your towel, don't throw it on the floor. And if you're done with it, put it on the floor. And they have all these hooks around. So as simple as hanging the towel that you used on the hook so that it didn't constantly get rewashed, or that they changed from tearing the linens and everything out of the rooms every single night, even if you were staying in the room for 3 or 4 days, where they don't come in and like tear the bed sheets down every time. Imagine those savings. So what I'd like to see is maybe do, and Commissioner Hurd's right, we started to talk about it when the Surf Riding Association was here. Now, I don't think that this is, a tree hugger, program or initiative where people that are not interested in that would be like, this is ridiculous. I think this is reasonable for everyone. I'd like to do maybe a turtle ranking system. Businesses that have started it or one that are moving past can have these turtles. Like Commissioner Smith was saying, it was palm trees at hotels. We can start our own. It could be turtles, sea turtles. And the other thing that I'll say, and then I'll end, is in New York City, and I believe in California as well, they started a program where they rank the health, and not the health, the cleanliness of hotels and restaurants and food establishments. Even carts, even like hot dog carts, they have the A, B, C ratings. And businesses proudly display their A's, and businesses that are B's are probably striving to have that. I think that's a very valuable marketing tool to be able to say, hey, where you're eating is actually very clean. I think we are at the point where if you could do that kind of a system, people would proudly display that, and consumers will spend and vote with their money, because I would support businesses if they're both equal, and I knew one was sort of more environmentally appropriate. I think that could be a tipping point for me personally. I think it is for most. Even the latest adopters, you know, you got the early adopters, the people that are like the trailing adopters are sort of at the right point now. Commissioner Hetherington.
Couple of things that you just said about youth leagues and chambers and community participation made me think. I was able to be a judge for the Environmental Stewardship Awards this past year, and as I got this disc, this whole thumb drive, which I didn't realize that was going to happen, about 1,000 pages, and reading through all these applications, I thought, what creative and novel, and there are all kinds of criteria, different classifications, kids from ages 10 to municipalities to private individuals. They had phenomenal ideas, and, you know, as far as environmental stewardship, and I thought, taking some of your thoughts a step forward, rather than us have to bear the entire brunt of, okay, here's the program, now we have to go and educate. You know, why don't we involve the school board and the chambers and to putting the whole program together so that we're educating ourselves as we go, rather than us create this program and then have to circle back and educate the whole community. Why not have the school board and everybody?
We have a huge partner that we haven't mentioned yet that we've had in place for a long, long time, and that's Keep Martin Beautiful. Keep Martin Beautiful is our local version of Keep America Beautiful. And I have used district funds in the past for programs that were, you know, cleanups and educational programs for students. They have it, you know, so they can help us with that as well. And, you know, it starts with the kids, obviously, so that they're already taking this over so that 10 years from now we're not having this conversation. If we were in Europe, they don't have these what should we do conversations in Europe. They are way past us in a lot of these things. You know, we are leaders in the United States in many categories, recycling and anti-littering and reusable plastics and glass and paper. There are countries well past us. But I like what you're saying.
I thought just involve them in the original institution of an education and marketing campaign and collect those ideas.
I'm agreeing completely. What would you like us to do next?
I think that, I think just hearing your comments has given us a laundry list of things to do. First of all, it tells me that we're on the right track, that you understand where we can function, what is our, from a legal standpoint, where we can apply our efforts. It also sounds like you feel like we're in a place where we can start to open up the program to others, because really we were working from a nucleus. We really felt strongly, and it doesn't maybe appear to be a lot of work progress that's gone on, but there's been hours of work, and we have been collaborating in large groups from the Attorney's Office, Parks and Rec, Utilities and Solid Waste, and many others that have come together. City of Stewart, we have partners that are other organizations, and it's been fascinating. And as we realize, as we sit in a large group in a room and we start to make some progress, we realize the challenges of making progress. So we decided purposely to start with a nucleus and grow the nucleus larger once we felt that we had the proper foundation and underpinning. And I think I hear from you that you feel that we do, and that we're heading in the right direction. We should open it up. Some of the laundry list items I'm hearing today, I think, are fabulous. Commissioner Campy, you have solved a problem I've been grappling with on the restaurant certification process, because it's such it's a wide range, everything from a pledge to inspection. And having that turtle, that green lodging method maybe applied to a restaurant certification gives even further refinement on the incentivization of.
Right. If you think about it, if legally we don't have the ability to regulate, and I get that, and then also when we get into regulation, I don't want to be part of our government entity that's constantly adding additional regulations and stuff like this. If we can just get the folks that are interested in participating, I think the market will come along. Here's what I'm suggesting to you, as we're all up here brainstorming. The hurricane was a perfect example. We all went over to the EOC, okay? And what I found remarkable about the EOC, which is the Emergency Operations Center, is that if you looked around the room, and there were times when all 5 commissioners were there, Jupiter Island, Sewell's Point, Ocean Breeze, City of Stewart, School Board, Indian Town, everyone was there. On a moment's notice, everyone went there. So why don't we do something similar to that? Why don't we create a meeting where we invite the same list? I mean, I'm sure the FDOT and maybe some others don't, but literally that level of complete community involvement, get them all in the same room. I know there's a handful of folks on the City of Stewart board that are really charged up about these kind of things. And let's take that. Let's do it. Instead of like, okay, what's next? You've been, like you said, worked on it for hours. We can use our partners that are involved in doing this on a day-to-day basis, like Keep Martin Beautiful. The City of Stewart has their, there's Water Kids, and there's H2O, and there's the City of Stewart, for a small community, has been, not quietly, but, very nicely doing their thing. Let's punch it out. I guess we could arrange to have that meeting. It would probably benefit either on a Saturday or an evening so that more people could participate. And we'll have it. We'll make it a public meeting, and we'll launch the possibility of a rating system. We'll see if our contemporaries are willing to agree to that. It's voluntary. You don't want to participate, you want to do single plastics, great. Eventually, you most likely people will be like, oh, I'm sort of shamed into participating. So we'll work with you and Ms. Krista to arrange. If my colleagues are, it sounds like, agreeable to that.
And also, if we have this voluntary system of recognition, certification, whatever we want to call it, let's have an agenda item at the next joint school board City of Stewart meeting.
Yeah, and it's coming up, and then we can even mention, if we want to, tell our colleagues, because we're also, the next thing we're having is St. Lucie and Indian River, a 3-county meeting. That's in October 3rd, I believe. We can put that, if we present different agenda items that we want, why don't we mention that we're going to start kicking that off? But, and then we can go ahead and start it. The concept of how would you inspect or, see if people are following along, the public does that. The public does that. Commissioner Smith mentioned about hotel, those rating systems, like, what's that one?
Like green lodging.
Yeah, TripAdvisor. Even, and I didn't normally participate, but when I'm looking to book hotels and I'm on Expedia and you're looking at the pictures are designed to make the places. I do now go on and read those reviews that people are writing, and I think hotels jump through hoops. Even for one bad review, they try to really step out and handle it. And so I think when you put the public in charge of doing that level of inspection, I don't think you can earn the turtles if we use that. The public will know if you're cheating.
Well, they'll see a plastic straw. They'll see a styrofoam cup.
Yeah.
They'll see a
I was just in a place where this woman was walking in with like a little empty Tupperware thing because I guess she assumed by the time she was done with her meal that she would have extra, and she scooped her plate into her own little Tupperware thing, and I will admit I'm not there yet, but I eat all. I was going to say I finished my plate. I'm not rude, but and I had lunch with Mike Meyer. I told you what he had. He pulled out of his pocket like a little bag made out of beeswax, and he put his burger in it, and he rolled it up, and then he held it with his hands because it heated the edge and like did like a little shrink, like a little heat seal on it. So these products exist. I mean, I've had plenty of people mock me for the stainless steel straw, but I was in Costco and Walmart and other places. They have a whole section of metal reusable straws. With the little brush that goes along with it. I think we're probably there. So I think we've beaten this. We could just continue to talk till 5:05 and then just be done with it. So I think we've given you some direction, I hope.
You absolutely have, and we greatly appreciate your input and direction.
Thank you. With that, we will end it. Thank you for your efforts. We look forward to the next step, and why don't we recess until 5:05.
You're on.
Okay, good evening. It is September 10th, 2019. We are, it's a 5:07. We're here for our preset, 505 preset, first fiscal year 2019-2020 budget public hearing. Prior to doing that, Ms. Manning is here and her team. Prior to doing that, at the end of our previous meeting, we did not take end of the meeting public comment separate from the budget. If anyone is here to make public comment on the regular meeting, please let us know. Or if commissioners had end of that meeting comments. I did happen to have one that I needed to notify my colleagues, but I'm going to hold it until next time. I'm not 100% sure that I'm going to do that. What I would say separate of that is that tomorrow is September 11th. If you've gone over the Veterans Memorial Bridge, you'll see the flags, but we had a conversation about a permanent flagpole on the Palm City side, and I know that Commissioner Hetherington is working on it on the Stewart side. We're going to have the initial raising of that flag on Saturday, September 21st at 9 a.m. You all will receive an official invitation, but members of the public that are interested in coming, you can park on the side street of Margolo. Margolo. Be cognizant of people's yards and lawns, and we'll be right on the southern side of the bridge for the initial flag raising of that pole. With that in mind, any other comments?
And then I'll just add, as soon as we get the flag and the pole installed on the opposite side of the bridge, we will have another raising ceremony on that side.
That'll be in a year.
No.
Long time.
Unless George gets it done before then.
Oh.
On September
Boom.
21st.
Oh.
21st of September should be.
Yes. She's going to do it this coming Friday. Okay, with that in mind, Ms. Manning, you are recognized.
Hey, good evening, Commissioners. Jennifer Manning, OMB Director. This is our first public hearing for the budget, for FY20 budget. And I'm going to go right to the presentation. No, we're just opening it. Okay. Okay. So our tentative budget workshop, this is for our tentative budget for FY20. We ended our workshop in July, on July 16th of this year. And for the first public hearing, the board, it's based on a formal process, the state statutes, and we're required to adopt a budget. There are resolutions for each taxing authority as well as the millages that is and corresponding budgets. There's also additional resolutions that does not have a millage attached to it, but just the funding source. The first substantive issue is to be discussed is the percent of increase in the millage over the rollback rate and specific purposes for which ad valorem revenues are being increased. Please note that all our millages are within maximum allowable based on the state statute, with the exception of District 5, which requires a unanimous vote. We increased the millage, the ad valorem, by $17.3 million, and of that increase, the countywide represents 35%. The fire rescue is 57%, parks and stormwater and roads is 9%, and the district MSGUs represent 2%. The first part of that 17 million includes the CIP that was tentatively approved in April of this year, and an additional 350 was added for traffic safety measures to increase of $1.5 million. The countywide ad valorem, which represents 35%, includes the constitutional officers, which represents $4.2 million. We have debt service obligations. There are various departmental increases. We had labor contract obligations, as well as the CRA and some reductions, totaling $6 million. The fire MSTU, the lion's share of the increases, includes $5.9 million due to amending the boundaries to include the village of Indian Town. We have IAFA contract obligations of $1.3 million. We have a SAFER grant obligation of $723,000. We have interlocal agreements as well as debt obligations and CRA tax increment finance obligations, as well as FRS unfunded liability. That increase totals $9.6 million. Ad valorem for parks, stormwater, and roads include the aquatic combination treatment to replace glyphosate or to address glyphosate of $471,000, stormwater treatment areas, maintaining current level of service, which amounts to $329,000. We have the interlocal agreements as well as CRAs and reassignment of duties from stormwater to roads. That increase is $1.1 million. The final portion of that $17.3 million is a reinstatement of District 2 MSCU, $215,000. We made 3 increases for District 1, $50,000, District 3, $8,000, and District 5, $50,000. So that totals your 17.3. Our total budget reflects an increase of $62.7 million over FY19 adopted budget. I listed the increases based on ad valorem of 17.3, detailed previously. There were various increases, including septic to sewer projects for Golden Gate, Old Palm City, Port Salerno, New Monrovia. There are other projects for utilities, which includes Tropical Farms, Dixie Cove Water Force Main, Beau Rivage Water, Evergreen Water, Consolidated Capital Facilities. There's also decreases in those funds for projects that were completed, and both in solid waste and utilities. There were increases also for, there were various increases for the general fund reserves, for fund balance and utilities reserve. The building reserve was also increased, tax, gas tax, impact fees, and there are other smaller increases, which includes the health insurance fund, tourism, and other internal service funds. The rollback rate. The definition of rollback rate is a rate that generates the same amount of tax of the prior year. The county's rollback rate is 6.4757, which is a 3.35% increase, leaving it at 6.6928. I won't go over all these rates because they'll be read by Commissioner Smith, I am assuming, later.
Yep, for debate.
Yes, pretty much. Okay. The board, we talked about the rate for our adopted millage rate in FY19 at 6.5971 for the countywide millage, and our current would be the tentative is 6.6928, which is 1.451% increase. Our MSCUs is 3.3613 in FY19, and proposed is 3.5842, which is a 6.631% increase. So our total millage in FY19 is 9.9584, and the total tentative is 10.2770, which represents a 3.199% increase. Please note that does not include our district MSCUs or special assessed Hutchinson Island. We included 22 new positions, which was discussed during the workshop. The clerk's positions increased 1 over FY19. Property appraisers remained the same. The sheriff increased as well. Supervisor election remained the same, and the tax collector remained the same. Our total budget for FY19, which total ad valorem budget for FY19 is $186,432,344. and the tentative is $203,747,059. Our total budget is $435.5 million in FY19, and our tentative is $498.2 million. We had 1,000 employees in FY19 for the board, and then our tentative is 1,048. The constitutional officers was 728 positions in FY19 and 739 positions in FY20. Our total millage rate I mentioned earlier, and then our taxable values for FY19 was $22.1 billion, and our taxable value for FY20 is $22.7 billion. This will, it brings us to the end of our presentation. This just outlines what is required. You know, we have public comment relative to the budget. Then we also adopt the millage rates, the governing board, and then within 35 days, this is just the guidelines for completing a trim process. And this is just the instructions. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm open for any questions.
I have a question.
Not yet, ma'am. She's just talking to us. Soon. Questions from the commission for Ms. Manning? Seeing none at this time. We're now taking public comment. Please come forward. You have to come to the microphone, state your name for the record, and when you're done, you'll fill out one of our request to speak forms.
I had to fill out this is just a quick.
Until you get to the microphone.
I'm from Evergreen. We live there, and I noticed.
Can you state your name for the record?
Oh, Pat Higdon. I'm from Evergreen, and I noticed that there's a $3.8 million budget item for the utilities there. We went through the vote in that community, and I believe we're paying, I think it's about $12,000 per property to get the line through, and then we're responsible for hooking up. What is the 3.8? Is that in addition to the 12?
No, ma'am.
$1,000 that we're paying?
No, it's, we have to budget the expense of the project itself. So we budget that expense, and then as the homeowners, residents pay that $12,000, it will deplete. I think we had to take a loan out for that.
It's slated to do debt service.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about debt service a little bit earlier. And once we have that debt service, then the $12,000 will go from each resident will go towards paying off that debt.
Right, but we have to budget the expense of the project in order to issue a purchase order to the contractor.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what that number that you saw is. I don't know what kind of
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought it was in addition to the $12,000 that we're
No,
already
ma'am.
paying in our community.
No,
Yeah,
ma'am.
My misunderstanding.
No, that's
Sorry.
fine, that's fine. It can be confusing, so we appreciate you getting clarification so you can communicate that to your neighbors.
I certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public looking to address us on this topic? Seeing none? Are we,
Can-
Mr. Krista?
Yes, sir. I just was clarifying with Attorney Woods here. You don't have to read these resolutions. That's at your final. But we do have to state the taxing authority and the millage rate and the rollback and that. But the resolution itself doesn't need to be, even like before where Commissioner Smith goes through the reading. That's at the final hearing.
Okay.
No.
We've never read those, have we?
I'll do just the taxing authority, the rollback rate, the percentage of increase over the rollback rate, and the tentative millage rate.
Yeah.
That's all I ever read.
Okay.
Does he have to read all that?
I don't read the paragraph. No, you do have to read those four. You do have to identify the four
Yes.
things.
The percent.
Rather not.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. We used to have to read the whole resolution, and when Jennifer said that, I timed myself out.
You're out.
When Jennifer said that, I thought it was being implied that you would have to read the whole thing.
No, I meant that.
I think from
You're right.
18 years.
No, we had to, way back.
Way back. No, but that's not what I meant.
Okay. Sorry for the confusion. I was confused.
Okay.
Well, Commissioner Heatherington is new to this process, so
You want to make her do it?
I don't remember it.
what normally happens is there's a bunch,
There's
each
30
of,
some resolutions.
each of the different ones has a
Letter.
letter, and then we go through them, A, and then AA, all the way through. Commissioner Smith, or when he was the chair, I did it. You have to read the taxing authority, the rollback rate, the percentage of increase or decrease, and the tentative millage, and then we vote on them one after the other until we're done with all of them. So he will announce it. I will say, do you announce it in a motion?
I will make a motion.
And then someone will second it, and then we'll do the vote, every single one. It's what we have to do by law.
Commissioner Heatherington, also for your information, when we went through the budget workshops, all the changes and everything that the board made, we have so many different buckets and so many different taxing authorities. And so each and every one of those require a separate resolution for the millage rate. And then those that have a millage rate have a separate resolution for the total of the budget. We also then collapse some of the projects, the budget funds. So there are resolutions that are only for the total of that budget for those funds. So in the announcement, we try to explain what they are, but sometimes someone will say, well, what's all in that fund? And Ms. Manning has provided you a breakdown of those funds so that when we talk about the special revenue funds, you can see what all makes up that fund.
I don't see. Where do the letters start? After the first handful?
After we run out of Z.
Yeah, no, but I mean,
After Z,
I got you. That's interesting.
the double letters.
No, I'm saying on mine.
But we don't do that this time.
You don't have the letters. We handwrite those on.
No.
Yeah, I see at the bottom.
Where are they? Oh, I didn't see.
No, they're typed on today.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but it's, because they're super low down there, I didn't.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay, so
But
we're
usually there's a
starting,
number in front of it.
Page 512.
yes.
I know, I see it, but it just says A.
There's an
Usually,
A and then 512.
oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Usually it's the
item
agenda
A.
item.
Correct.
It's item A, but it starts on page 512, and it's, the first one is the Board of County Commissioners Countywide Taxing Authority.
Okay.
Is that all you're going to say?
No, I'm waiting for you to,
Ready, set, go.
Okay, good. Okay, move adoption of the following, of item A, Board of County Commissioners Countywide Taxing Authority. The rollback rate is 6.4757. The percentage of increase over the rollback rate is 3.35. The tentative millage rate is set at 6.6928. Then somebody has to second.
Second.
Beautiful.
We have a motion on agenda item, on resolution number A, by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Item B, Board of County
One
Commissioners.
second. Can you second something and then oppose it? I don't believe so.
Okay, then he seconded it too.
Okay, then let's announce it again. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for resolution A, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Okay, Taxing Authority, Board of County Commissioners, countywide fund total, $197,427,384.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for B, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Move item C, District 1 MSTU, percentage of, rollback rate of .0727, percentage of increase over the rollback rate 19.39, tentative millage rate to be set at .0868.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for C, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move item D, District 1 MSTU, $300,000.
Second it.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item D, seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item E, District 2 MSTU, rollback rate not applicable, percentage of increase over the rollback rate not applicable, Tentative millage rate to be set at .1176.
Definitely second that one.
Motion by Commissioner Smith for item E, seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item F, District 2 MSTU, $215,000.
Second it.
Motion by Commissioner Smith for item F, seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move item G, District Taxing Authority, District 3 MSTU, rollback rate .0637, percentage increase over the rollback rate 3.92, tentative millage rate to be set at .0662.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for G, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item H, District 3 MSTU, $208,000.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item H, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item A, District 4 MSTU, rollback rate NA, percentage of increase over the rollback NA, tentative millage rate to be set at .000.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item I, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item J, District 4 MSTU, $11,774.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith for item J, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item K, District 5 MSTU, rollback rate .0601, percentage of increase over the rollback rate 23.63, tentative millage rate to be set at .0743.
And this one has to be unanimous? What's it worth to you?
I did think
How
of-
strongly do you feel about this?
I don't want to put you on the spot. I would lower it if it needs to be lowered. I plan on using that.
Let's just see.
Second. Let's see how this goes.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for agenda item K, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Move item L, District 5 MSTU, $250,000.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for agenda item L, not agenda item, resolution item L, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item M, Special District A-61 Hutchinson Island MSTU, rollback rate .2224, percentage of increase over the rollback rate, a reduction of .36, the millage rate to be set at .2216.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item M, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item N, Taxing District Special District A-61 Hutchinson Island MSTU, fund total, $322,250.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item N, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item O, Fire Rescue MSTU unincorporated, rollback rate 2.5085, percentage of increase over the rollback rate 11.18, tentative millage rate to be set at 2.7889.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item O, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Move item P as in Peter, Taxing Authority Fire Rescue MSTU unincorporated, fund total $53,154,177.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item P, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Move item Q, Taxing Authority Countywide MSTU unincorporated stormwater and road maintenance, rollback rate .5446, percentage of increase over the rollback rate 14.23, tentative millage rate to be set at .6221.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item Q, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item R, Taxing Authority Countywide MSTU unincorporated stormwater and road maintenance, fund total $9,406,794.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item R, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item S as in Sam, Taxing Authority, MSTU Parks and Recreation rollback rate .1549%, of increase over the rollback rate 11.81, tentative millage rate .1732.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item S, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item T as in Tom, Taxing Authority, MSTU Parks and Recreation Fund total, $3,360,324.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item T, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item U, non-taxing fund, general unincorporated fund, fund total, $5,277,819.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins for item U. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item V as in Victor, non-taxing fund, building and permitting, fund total, $13,904,261.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item V, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item W, non-taxing fund, impact fees, fund total, $4,889,000 even.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item W, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item X, non-taxing fund, special revenue, fund total, $18,976,413.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item X. Bless you. Seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item Y, non-taxing fund, grants, fund total, $2,656,099.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item Y, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item Z, non-taxing fund, other debt service, fund total, $7,780,499.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item Z, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed?
The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Move item double A, other capital projects funds, non-taxing fund, other capital projects, fund total, $12,533,499.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item AA, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed?
The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Move item double B, non-taxing fund, utilities enterprise, fund total, $95,647,634.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item BB, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item double C, non-taxing fund, solid waste enterprise, fund total, $34,102,000.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item CC, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item double D, non-taxing fund, airport enterprise, fund total, $2,427,062.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item DD, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item double E as in Edward, non-taxing fund, golf course enterprise, fund total, $1,918,731.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item EE, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item double F as in Frank, non-taxing fund, internal service funds, fund total, $29,343,403.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item FF, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Move item double G, non-taxing fund trust, fund total, $125,000.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for GG, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
And the last item, I believe, is double H. Item double H, non-taxing fund, community redevelopment area trust, fund total, $4,008,848.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item HH, seconded by Commissioner, yes, ma'am.
There,
That's different.
is this completely different on the sheet, this,
This sheet, yeah.
total budget?
No, it's just, it matches up with the resolutions, those totals.
This one,
No,
No, it doesn't.
off.
It doesn't, it's off?
4,000, I mean, 4,000,000,
4,000,008.
133.
133,848.
100 and something, 123,000 off.
Oh, okay, so I'll have to, I don't have one.
Which one do you want?
We're going to have to start.
No, it has to be the 4 million.
Well, it is, yeah, I mean,
Could have been that it got cut off for some reason.
no.
Oh, because,
Do we know?
She does.
She does. She's going to tell us here in a minute, I think.
4 million, yeah, it should be.
133.
I see it.
So you got that, and you got that.
But to answer your question, Commissioner, they should match.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I guarantee that, the resolution should be correct, but. You have a calculator?
I have it here, what do you need?
I want to see the difference between the two. And I'm thinking because I know what it is. It's the trust fund.
The Indian Town? No, we took that.
No, these three.
It's 125,000 even, so it's the 75 and the 50 on here. No, I know, just tell me. I know, I can see what it is. Just what's the 75 and 50?
This is the law enforcement trust
You
fund.
need to be on the thing down there. So this is the Community Redevelopment Area Trust Fund, which are the CRAs only. So where do you roll in the law enforcement?
Okay, so so you have the 6201, which is the 50,000, and the 75,000, which is 6204, which is the law enforcement trust fund. That should be out. Should not.
That was that GG?
Yes, that was the trust fund.
There's the discrepancy.
Yes, sorry.
So do we need to do something about GG?
No, Gigi is fine. It's
good?
It just should not have been included
just
in the
on her
CRA.
Take it out of here.
Right, on this sheet that she provided to you, she should have broken them out.
Yeah, sorry.
So the resolution, the official.
correct.
It's correct.
Page is accurate.
Oh,
Yes. Sorry for the confusion.
I apologize.
So close.
The lesser number.
I
Yes.
think it's probably, it's appropriate we begin again.
You want to start over?
We should.
You want to go in reverse this time?
HHGG.
Okay, so we'll try this again. And I think my motion was this, but if it wasn't, move item double H, non-taxing fund, community redevelopment area trust, fund total 8,848.
Second, again.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith for item HH, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed?
The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
That's it. Thank you for,
Thank you, and I apologize as well.
don't let it happen again.
I feel bad.
You won't be here to let it happen.
Nah, just, you don't see me tomorrow, you know what happened, right?
You know, I think there's an appreciation for how complicated our budget is, and we try to simplify it the best as we can.
Nice job.
I'll do a beautiful job.
Thank you.
I can't believe the details that you
done?
present and remember.
I believe that we are done. Are there any end of the meeting comments from Commissioner Smith?
No, sir.
Commissioner Heatherington?
I'm all set.
Commissioner Jenkins?
Then it's hot in here.
Commissioner Hurd? Allow me just to tell folks when our next meeting is, which is September 24th. We will have our regular meeting, and again, at the end of the day, the budget at 5:05. We'll also have meetings in October on the 8th and the 22nd, and on October 29th, we're having a joint city school board meeting. And with that, I would wish you all a good night.